Please let me know. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Perris Union High School District regular board meeting of March 17, 2021. The board will be respecting recent orders from the Governor of California, the Health Officer of the County of Riverside, and the guidelines for the Center of Disease and Control related to maintaining public health and safety at this time. Consistent with these orders and guidelines, this meeting will be held online only, and there will be no physical meeting location open to the public. The board encourages members of the public to join the meeting electronically. In order to submit public comments electronically, please refer to the link at the bottom of the screen. Public comments will be accepted until the board reconvenes the meeting in open session at 5 p.m. At this time, we are going to go to item 2.1 of our agenda, and that is call to order. I'm calling this meeting to order at 3:33 p.m. I want to ask, I'm sorry?
You're good.
Okay, I want to ask for a roll call to determine a quorum. Trustee Vallejo?
Present.
Trustee Freeman?
Present.
Trustee Nellison?
Here.
Trustee Stafford?
I'm sorry, present.
And Trustee Arau here. I have established a quorum. All items requiring a vote will be an oral vote for this meeting, followed up with an electronic vote. Now we are going to go to item 3.1, invitation to address the Board of Trustees on closed session items only. Are there any public comments? No public comments?
No
Mr.
public comments there this evening, Dr. Rouse.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. The next item is an action item, 4.1, adjourn to closed session. Do I have a motion to adjourn to closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Stafford and Trustee Nellison. We are going to vote first. We are going to do an oral vote. Trustee Vallejo?
Aye.
Trustee Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nellison?
Aye.
Trustee Stafford?
Aye.
And Trustee Araux, aye. Please, let's vote electronically. Okay, we have 5-0. Hold on 1 second. Upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. We are adjourning to closed session at 3:35 p.m. Thank you. We are going to continue with a regular board meeting of the Perris Union High School District. And the next item is item 5.1, reconvene in public session. The regular board meeting of today, March 17, 2021, is reconvening at 5:45 p.m. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Let's begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, our next item is an invocation, item 6.1. Trustee Vallejo, please.
Hello. So I just wanted to do a moment of silence because we all know someone who lost their battle to COVID. And I just want to just let everyone know that people that we lost, they are gone, but they will never be forgotten and they will be missed massively. So let's please do that moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Vallejo. Our next item, we are going to go into a recess. We are going to recess therefore meeting to go into the California Military Institute meeting. So we are going to recess the meeting at 5:46 p.m. to conduct the regular board meeting of the California Military Institute. So we are going to go to IC, the IC board. The regular board meeting. We're going to join the meeting. Okay. Ms. Fetzner, will you please let me know when everybody has joined the California Military Institute IC?
Everyone's in.
Thank you, Ms. Fetzner. Okay, so at this time, I'm going to call the California Military Institute regular board meeting to order at 5:47 p.m. Now, I'm going to ask for a roll call to determine a quorum. Trustee Vallejo,
Present.
Trustee Freeman,
Here.
thank you, sir. Trustee Nellison,
Here.
Trustee Stafford,
Present.
and Trustee Araux here. We have established a quorum. All items requiring a vote will be an oral vote for this meeting, followed up with an electronic vote. Our next item on the agenda, 3.1, revision adoption of auditing of the agenda for today, March 17, 2021. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford,
Second.
Trustee Nellison. Now we are going to vote in oral vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nellison,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. And now let's proceed to vote electronically, please. Okay. Upon a roll call, a vote being taken, the vote was 5-0 for the item 3.1. Next item is 4.1, CMI TA President Mitchell Osborne.
I don't believe he's here this evening, Dr. Rouse.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Next item, 4.2, Principals Update.
Good evening, President, RO, board members, Superintendent Bennett, and the cabinet. It is wonderful to see you, and I look forward to seeing you all in person when the circumstances allow. I'm just going to ask Ms. Rico if I could be allowed to present my short presentation.
Hold on, let me bring that up.
I have it on my screen. I can just present it. There we go. Thank you so much.
We don't have it.
It's coming right up. Okay. Is everyone able to see that?
Very good.
Okay, thank you so much. So I just want to review our commitments for second semester, and we're putting a big check mark on them. We're continuing to focus on ensuring that 100% of our seniors are graduating, and we are on par looking at the data to make that happen. We're supporting them and providing the necessary resources for them to be successful. We're committed to helping all of our seniors fill out FAFSA, even under these difficult circumstances, so that they can be eligible to receive any funding that is available to them as they move forward into their college or career settings. We are continuing with our commitment to have the highest attendance as well as highest success rate. And I will share just a little bit of data on these commitments. There's really a lot of good news to share with you tonight. Some of that you may be aware of, some of you maybe not, but our senior cohorts had a very good kickoff. I want to thank Mr. Bruff and Julie and the secondary, our ed department on helping with that, and business services and MO, and HR. Everybody has just been working really hard to make this happen, and we had a wonderful start to this cohort group that is going strong and continuing to meet twice a week, receiving the support that they need. Another great news for CMI specifically is that 6 of our seniors are receiving the Golden Seal State Merit Diploma, which is quite an accomplishment. We're so proud of our seniors, what they've been able to accomplish during these difficult times. And in addition, 16 seniors are receiving a Seal of Biliteracy Diploma, another incredible achievement for our seniors. Also, the Riverside County Office of Education Best Awards, famous Best Awards. We have a winner, 3rd year in a row, for student essay from CMI and representing our district, and that's Citlali Trujillo, and the teacher was Miss Jane Sibilia. So we're really, really proud of this trend now, sending and winning 3 years in a row. We want to keep that going. Very grateful to all those who were supporting us. We're continuing to monitor our data very closely through our PLCs. Our vice principals are working very hard. We're all working with our content areas and providing support. We're seeing numbers grow in terms of success rate, and most of our content areas are meeting or close to meeting the 30% goal that we have set earlier in the semester. We are very encouraged, and we're looking forward to even better data as we're approaching the end of the school year. But I really appreciate the hard work of our teachers and the PLCs working collaboratively to support our students. Very, very proud of the fact that we were able to pull off a honor roll assembly, virtual, of course, and celebrate excellence. I feel strongly that we need to continue to celebrate the success of our students, even in these difficult times. So we celebrated perfect attendance. We celebrated most improved at both high school and middle school. And then we also have 2 categories that we formulated. One is your regular honor roll of students reaching a 3.0 or 3.9, and then the category of a principal's honor roll. That's students with a 4.0 or higher. And in total, we celebrated 504 students who have reached the honor roll during this time. That's almost 50% of our student body. So I'm very, very proud of all of them, teachers, students, administrators who made this happen. It was really a teamwork. Finally, just the construction update. The floor has been put in and it looks fantastic. Just really grateful to our business services and MO and just everybody coming together to make this a reality for our students. The opening date is slated for April 12th when we should get the keys, and we can't wait for that day. Can't wait to welcome you all to our brand new gym when that becomes possible. And that concludes my report for this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Principal Milosevic. We appreciate your report. And congratulations on the outstanding commitments from you and your staff for our students. They are truly outstanding. Thank you. And I know that you will be able to achieve them. Okay, we are going to continue with our next item, 5.1, invitation to address the Board of Trustees on non-agendized items.
No public comments this evening, Dr. Rouse.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. The next item is our consent calendar, approval of consent calendar items. Do I have a motion to approve the items listed under the consent calendar?
So moved.
Trustee Freeman,
Second.
Trustee Vallejo?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. So now please vote electronically. And I can see that upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. So we are going to continue with our next item, 7.1 is also an action item, certificated personnel action items. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I think it was Mr. David Nelson. And second, please,
Second.
Trustee Freeman. Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Please vote electronically. Upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Thank you. Next action item, 7.2, personnel, classified personnel action items. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford,
Second.
Trustee Freeman. Now we are going to vote, please. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Let's proceed to vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. 7.3 is also an action item. Personnel. Approval of the tentative agreement between the California Military Institute and the California Military Institute Teachers Association. No fiscal impact. Do I have a motion, please?
Okay. Move. Second.
Trustee Freeman and Trustee Nelson. Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. So now proceed to vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Our next item is 7.4 from the Business Department, revision of the California Military Institute COVID-19 Safety Plan no fiscal impact. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson,
Second.
Trustee Freeman, we have a second. And now, do we have a presentation on this, Mr. Bennett, on this item?
I was muted. No presentation on this item.
No, no presentation. Okay, thank you, sir. Are there any questions or comments regarding the California Military Institute COVID-19 safety plan?
No comment.
No comments. No comments. Okay. So we are going to proceed to vote then. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Araux, aye. If we can proceed to vote electronically, please. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Next item, 8.1, other items by our superintendent, Mr. Graham Bennett.
I just want to congratulate Mr. Milosavljevic. We had Student of the Month last week. Had a great student there, great story, and just great to see that quality of student coming out of our schools and going to make a difference out in the world after they leave you. So congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Okay. Other items by the Board of Trustees. We are going to go in the same order that we vote. Trustee Vallejo.
Yeah, so I also want to say congratulations to Nicholas and your whole staffing. It's really great to see all of the student successes that you mentioned. That's like really great to me. No matter how difficult it is for students, they're still being successful on honor roll and getting good grades. So that actually really means a lot, and really keep up the good work.
Thank you so much.
Trustee Freeman.
I have nothing further to add to what Ms. Vallejo said at this point.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Nelson.
I'd like to echo what Ms. Vallejo just said, plus just to know that we have 100% graduation there, even through a COVID year is crazy to think about, but it's awesome that you guys were able to get that done, and I really can't wait till we can use that gym. That'll be awesome to see you guys actually in there doing playing and everything going on in there.
Absolutely.
That's it for me.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Stafford.
Just want to congratulate CMI on the great work, and I'm glad to see some students back in those cohorts. Gym will be ready, and hopefully we'll be coming out of our deep freeze at some point. And you're doing a great job over here. Thank you very much, Mr. Milosevic. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I'm honoring you today with your shirt on today.
I see that. I appreciate it.
Okay.
All Rough Riders.
Yep. Rough Riders. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And from my part, I just want to say ditto on what Trustee Stafford, Trustee Nelson, and Trustee Vallejo mentioned. We are very proud of our students, our staff at CMI, and our staff, teachers, classified, and administrators. So thank you, sir, for everything you do for our students.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your support.
You're welcome, sir. And the next item is 10.1, is adjournment of the regular board meeting of the California Military Institute. Do I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So moved.
Trustee Freeman,
Second.
Trustee Vallejo. Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arad, aye. Now please proceed to vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. And this meeting is adjourned at 6:04 p.m. So if we go to the IC4,
I have to rejoin the regular board meeting now.
we need to rejoin the regular board meeting. Go to the board meeting. And we are going to join the regular board meeting. Okay, so probably some delay. It says teachers, today's meeting has not been started, so let's wait for a few seconds. We need to refresh. Okay, so, oops, refresh. Regular board meeting, join. Okay, perfect. So we are on item 8.1. So the regular board meeting of the Perris Union High School District is reconvening at 6:05 p.m. And the next item on the agenda is 8.1, revision and adoption ordering of the agenda for today, March 17th.
Dr. Rouse,
Yes, sir.
we have one item that we would like to pull off the action item 13.13. It was the contract for the thermal imaging cameras that we were looking to put in at all the school sites. The company hasn't got them installed, so we could do a test yet to see how it works. So we'd like to pull that off the agenda and bring it back in April if they do their part of the bargain.
Okay, thank you. You said 13.13?
Yes.
Okay, so do I have a motion to approve the agenda with the remove item 13.13?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson,
Second.
Trustee Stafford. We are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. Now let's proceed to vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Next item, the next 5 items are oral reports. 9.1, report out of closed session. Mr. Bennett, please.
No report out of closed session this evening, Dr. Rouse.
Thank you, sir. 9.2, district update by our superintendent.
Thank you. A few things this evening. We're still continuing on with our COVID clinic over at Heritage High School. They're going to move into our multi-purpose room next week because when we can start the indoor sports, we're going to need our gym. So, but we were able to accommodate them in the multi-purpose room, and so we'll continue that. Tomorrow's our second day for our district-wide COVID over at Paloma Valley. So our employees and some of their family members will be able to get some of them will get the second shot, some of them will get first shot because we have another date set in April for the second shot for those people. So that's going really well. We started up a couple more of our cohorts started up in this past week. So we're excited about having more kids there on campus and getting them back into school the way we like to. We're right in the middle of we're looking at planning graduations and senior activities as things open up more. We're looking at having as close to a traditional graduation as we can. That's what our goal is. So we have committees from each of the schools working together, and we have a different committee that's working on the grad night activities and senior activities like that. We did learn from CDPH that will allow graduation ceremonies to follow outdoor live events rules. That means we'll be able to have a traditional ceremony with capacity limitations. We're excited about that, and we're part of it is we may do 2 graduations for each school, one earlier in the day and one in the evening, so we could about the limitation on people there, but that's what we're working towards. Another exciting thing, we've been able to have sports started now. We've had cross-country matches already. We had a soccer match yesterday between Paloma and Heritage. Football starts this week. Heritage will be playing Merida Valley on Friday. Paloma has a couple games to sit out because we did have a couple cases down at Paloma in the football program, but they'll start up in a couple of weeks again, having to be able to play their games. Kirk's got a great thing going on. He started about 3 years ago, Aspiring Administrators program for people that want to move into admin. And in the first couple of years we did it for certificated for teachers looking to move up. This year it's for classified members that are looking to move into to a administrative position. And so it's all classified, which is great. I think it's about 35 people in that program right now. Their second meeting was just this last Saturday. On Saturday, our CMI and Pinacati Middle School girls took part in a cyber, i.e. girls event. The event was virtual and the students accessed the workshops and speakers on their Chromebooks. The day before the event, each student received a free microbit that they could program during the workshops, thanks to CMI teacher Kim Nelson and tech coach Jonathan Sinnott, who escorted the students online during the event. So that was awesome. The UCR Mesa Day competition virtual event took place last week. Prior to the event, students designed and constructed complex machines, practiced for technical interviews, created posters, and created and posted YouTube videos of their work. A good number of the Paloma Valley High School students scored well and earned first and second place across multiple categories. Thanks to Paloma Valley teacher Sandra Arguello, who taught the students the engineering concepts and made sure the students had all the supplies they needed and knew the rules for the event. And the final thing, all schools have been taking part in the RCOE esports competition. Last week was the RCOE esports Rocket League tournament, and Perris High School had a strong showing. We're proud of their sportsmanship. Paloma Valley esports dominated the field and won the championship. And congratulations to Coach Mr. Conaway and all the players. And that would conclude my report for this evening, Dr. Rouse.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Thank you. We are going to go to the next item, 9.3, PSEA President Jason Miller. Is Mr. Miller here with us today?
He has a recorded message that will be playing.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Cabinet. Thank you to our membership, the cabinet, and the board for all the well wishes for my recovery from COVID. COVID is not a pleasant experience. I do not recommend it at all. It feels like we are starting to come out of this pandemic, and while there is light at the end of the tunnel, we are not out of the woods yet. Like landing a plane, coming out of this pandemic can be tricky, and it is crucial that we get it right. So far as I can tell, the district is navigating the end of this pandemic for a smooth landing. PSEA has continuously been polling our members since May of 2020 to keep a pulse on how they're feeling about coming back. A majority of those voting do not want to come back for the remainder of this school year, according to our most recent poll. Our most recent poll from March 12th indicated that out of 365 of our members that participated, approximately 69% wanted to remain on virtual learning for the remainder of this school year. We have approximately 450 members in PSEA. We have worked hard for our members to sort this whole pandemic out. And just so everyone knows, PSEA officers do not get paid for their association work. It is all voluntary work because our officers are committed to working towards the best work conditions for our members, and our officers, both executive board and site representatives, are proficient at what they do. The perspective that most of our members want to remain on distance learning is what we bring forward generally. However, we do not stand in the way of members that can and are able to safely and logistically return. Case in point, some of the cohorts that are currently running are being implemented by PSEA members, and also sports that are set to return this semester will also be implemented by PSEA members. We have heard that there is an idea floating around out there that our union somehow stopped the schools from reopening, or that we somehow did not agree to some mysterious MOU related to the governor's new incentive program. We have never seen such an MOU, and that entire idea is not true. But even if it was true, we would stand behind our decisions and be transparent to our membership. PSEA can only voice their perspective and negotiate any change in working conditions that occur. We could never tell the district, no, we will not come back. We can only negotiate the impact of coming back. I feel the district and the board has been basing their decisions, and good decisions at that, on what the county and state are putting out for safety and legislation. When it is time to go back, we will go back safely and as smoothly as possible. Thank you for this time to speak.
Okay, thank you to Mr. Jason Miller, and congratulations. I'm really glad to hear that he has recovered completely. The next item, CSEA President, Mr. Josh Rushing.
There we go. Hello, can you see me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, my internet's been having problems. Well, thank you for having me. Been a couple months since I've been here. Thank you, President Arau, members of the board, Superintendent Bennett, Cabinet. Also, shout out to the newest Cabinet member, Bob Bruff. Congratulations. Texted him last month, but I figured I'd make it official here. So I had an entire thing planned out for item 13.3, but I guess Mr. Bennett had to just take my thunder. It's okay. I'll do something new here. I do want to echo some of the stuff Jason said in his recording. You know, CSEA, we've been working since March. We've had NSA serving, I think we're almost to 2 million meals, something like that. Like, we've served a lot of food. We've had campus supervisors working, custodians, M&O, and while we've been on rotation for most of it, it looks like we're starting to come back. I know the biggest concern I've heard, and we've shared it, and it's been addressed, but I just want to let you know, it's implementation of plans. We make plans, we implement the plans. We have to make sure that we're following plans. As CSEA, we do have agreements in place to voice our concerns through emails. I'm going to admit I'm guiltiest of all, because I try to have verbal conversations, and so I'm going to we told our members, if you see a safety problem, let us know. We'll let the district know. We'll solve the problem together. Once we know of a problem, we solve it. The other thing I wanted to kind of touch on this evening was also along with what Jason said. While I would love to say that, you know, unions have all the power in the world, we don't. I know some of our local press has been saying the unions are getting in the way and some of the stigmas out there. I don't think that we've ever had a time where we said, no, we're not doing it. You know, we want our kids back. We want to see them all again. While doing so, we also want to make sure that A, they're safe, and then B, we're safe. You know, and in doing that, we have to make plans and processes in place to ensure all that. With everything going on, you know, I look forward to a normal graduation. I think that was the best news I've heard, is that we were actually able to plan for that. I did enjoy the drive-through because I got to see more one-on-one, but I also enjoy the in-person ones. So, with all that being said, thank you guys, and I look forward to talking to you next month, hopefully after I've answered all the questions I had about 13.13. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rushing. The next item, 9.5, comments by the Board of Trustees. I'm going to go in the order that we have been voting. Trustee Vallejo, please.
Okay, so last month, Mr. Bennett and Mr. Stafford and I, we did visit a couple of high schools. I know there were some that I haven't seen, and it was great. It was nice seeing Paloma. I've never seen that school before, so it was really nice. I've seen Heritage before, but I've never been to their theater room, and they had a really nice theater room, so I was really impressed by that. And we still have a couple more schools to visit, but anyone is welcome. it was really nice to visit them. It was nice to talk to Mr. Stafford more and just talk about more about careers and all. So I'm really glad that we did that. CMI is also one that I really want to visit next because they have a lot of construction and the new gym. So I look forward to seeing that. That's pretty much it. It was just about that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Vallejo. Trustee Freeman, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to commend our association presidents. I have been so pleased with the level of collaboration, cooperation, and mutual respect. This is not always the case in some places, and I think that media and others do use too wide of a paintbrush to paint us all in the same boat, where we hear about some of the very large unions that are using bullying tactics to get what they want in this time of COVID. I am very pleased that we have such a very, very excellent reputation and association with those two unions. We are hopefully nearing the end of some of the problems that we're having, and I hope that it maintains that way. That if I'm in charge of the invocation, that's what I would address. I know we're not supposed to pray, but I think before everybody has a test, they do anyway. So I think that we are working together. I am really pleased with the sense of respect and cooperation, collaboration amongst everybody in this district. And I would suggest perhaps Mr. Bennett and Mr. Arouse, since our CSA president has mentioned 13.13 twice, we might put that on the action item instead of a consent calendar next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Freeman. Trustee Nelson, please.
Thank you, Dr. Rouse. I would just like to congratulate the County of Riverside for getting down to the numbers that we're seeing. I know it's been a long time coming, and I really hope that this is a turning point where we kind of put a lot of this behind us. But everybody stay vigilant in what we're doing, and as we're on the cusp of opening schools up to having bigger groups of kids coming onto the campuses, I just want everybody to bear with us, because it's going to be a learning process for everybody in terms of how we're going to proceed going forward. All the teachers, all the support staff, all the students, it's going to be a new set of rules to learn, essentially. So just be patient with us as we go through, and we will do the best we can going forward. So that is pretty much it for what I have this month. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Stafford, please.
I'd just like to say it's great to see sports coming back, and that's great. It's really been something that we've missed. We've missed so many things, but we're going to get them back. Let's push everybody to take that vaccination, get vaccinated, because the numbers are going down and things are looking good. Let's make sure that we also get out there and visit the schools. We need to be back together to enjoy what we've missed for so long, and now we really appreciate what we took for granted probably, and we'll really be successful getting back. I know we will. We're going to be very happy, and it's going to be a good thing. So I just appreciate everyone's support, and do the right thing, and let's stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Stafford. And I just want to start saying that we are very excited and happy to see and to learn that yesterday our county moved into the red tier. And those are great news for all of us as a community, as a society, and in terms of our district, for our students. So we know that we have the football team, that they were allowed the outside sports. It is my understanding, I'm looking forward to hear more information in the report that we are going to have today, that inside sports also under the red tier with testing are going to be allowed. And the next one hopefully is going to be basketball. So we are committed to use the data, the patterns, the trends that the COVID is going down, that data, and we are going to transfer that into every possible activity that we are allowed to do immediately, provide those opportunities to our students. So thank you, Mr. Bennett, for being very proactive and being on top of all the daily updates. As a matter of fact, a few hours ago, we have that update and what is coming next. So I'm really excited to see that, not only for us, that we are going to have the opportunity to see our athletes playing, but for them, right? That they are going to have the opportunity to be playing. Next, I want to say thank you to both of our associations and their members, the teachers and classified staff members, for the collaborative approach based on respect and professionalism to address any concerns and potential differences that we might have, and address them and do it with always having in mind the best interests of our students, that is the motivation that all the members of our district use when we make our decisions. Thank you to the board members for always having in mind that element, that filter, that motivation, what is in the best interest of our students. Thank you for doing that. So I talk about potentially bringing basketball. One thing that I would like to add also, Mr. Bennett, is you mentioned that we are going to be trying to do as close to the traditional in-person ceremonies. I think at this point, we can do a traditional ceremony in person. Probably the only difference, and I hope that that's what you were talking about, is the number of guests that are going to be allowed in the in-person ceremony. We talked last meeting about providing that opportunity to our seniors, right? That they have the traditional graduations that we have every year. Please, I'm going to reiterate again, and I want to ask again that we have different plans. Remember, at the end of January, probably 7 weeks ago, we were in the purple tier with 148 cases per 100,000. Now we are below 7. We are below 10, right? Close to 7 probably cases. It's a huge decrease. If that trend continues by June, when we have our graduations, probably we are foreseeing that we are going to be able to have even more guests. But our commitment, having in-person graduation, maximizing the number of guests for our seniors that we are allowed based on the data and the guidelines from the Riverside County and the state California Departments of Public Health. So let's start preparing with those options. What I would like to do is be prepared, and not few weeks before it's that we are allowed to do even more, the closest that we can have, and maybe exactly the same. We wouldn't like to hear, oh, it's too late, we don't have enough time to prepare. So let's continue to prepare, and I know that you are doing that. Mr. Broff has mentioned that, and you have mentioned the same, that we have committees. So I'm really happy to hear that we are looking at every single option and possibility to have it the way that our students have the graduation before. I think those are the comments that I had for today. Thank you again to all the stakeholders on our district, our staff, cabinet, administrators, teachers, classified staff, and thank you to the parents for all their support and working together with us to support our students. Okay, we are going to continue with our board meeting and action item 10.1, invitation to address the Board of Trustees on non-agendized items. Are there any public comments on non-agendized items?
Yes, we do have public comments this evening. I'm going to ask Mr. Williams to read those in. I think you'll need to read your little card, Dr. Rouse.
Yes, sir. Yes. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda on or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. But With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take also a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that the additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. So, Mr. Williams, please let's listen to the public comments.
Before we get started, Board President, Dr. Rao and Board, there's 4 that might push the 3-minute limit, maybe, depending on the cleanliness of my reading the words. And then there's 2 that are on separate items. So at this point in time, it would be up to you if you want me to put a timer on it, but I might be able to get them in the 3 minutes like you described for each item.
Okay. These are important items that the public would like to share with us. As I read, we have a time limit of 20 minutes per topic. So you mentioned 4, right? 4 items?
That's correct. We'll be fine on that.
We can go over the 3 minutes. That would be my recommendation, and unless there is any opinion to the contrary from any of the board members. In my opinion, during these times, we want to hear the input from our constituents. We want to listen to them. So go ahead, sir.
All right, comment 1 is from the Paloma Valley Counseling Team. Dear Board, Superintendent Bennett, and Cabinet, for student-centered reasons, the counselors of Paloma Valley High School are asking you to reconsider your decision to terminate counseling positions. Counselors have been on the front lines as Paloma has experienced many tragedies in recent years. A student death on the football field, a student-teacher altercation, 2 students murdered by a parent, and a beloved teacher suicide. The year our students have faced many uncertainties and challenges. As the new school year approaches, based on student and parent interactions this year, we can only imagine the needs of these students as they try to return to some semblance of normalcy in the fall. Last week during our district counseling meeting, when we heard that the district has decided to eliminate counseling positions, naturally we were devastated and caught totally by surprise. Counselors worked tirelessly answering parents' phone calls and emails and trying to meet the needs virtually. As always, your counselors work after hours, evenings, and weekends to make sure our students, parents, and staff are fully supported. How will we meet those needs next year with fewer counselors? Ironically, at the beginning of the recent district counselors meeting, we were asked to focus more on the social, emotional health of our students as we discuss the long-term effects of the pandemic will have. Looking at our district's graduate profile of students leaving our campuses as scholars, goal setters, creative and critical thinkers, global citizens, and most importantly, well-rounded and emotionally intelligent citizens, it is obvious that this cannot be accomplished without school counselors. This message is providing the best support for our PUHSD families does not align with the news of eliminating counseling positions. We need to be proactive rather than reactive, constantly fighting fires. What better use for additional pandemic funding than to provide more support for students through their counselors, not by cutting counselors. If ever we need to focus on students first, it's now. Our counselors are fully committed to the welfare of our students. We have met to discuss our reopening plans and preparing for whatever we encounter. While surrounding districts are opening wellness centers, adding counselors and resources to welcome their students back, we have to scramble with the skeleton crew, hoping that we do not fall apart as we continue to give everything we have. Counselors want to provide support and address the social emotional concerns that so many parents post on social media. We cannot go into battlefield unarmed and shorthanded and expect a happy ending. Counselors have been informed that our district is overstaffed. Many teachers in the areas that we are overstaffed have a PPS credential. Is there a way to place these teachers in temporary counseling positions? This will allow us to assess our students' need and provide support without cutting counseling positions. Will it take another tragedy or a lawsuit to realize that counselors are not just necessary frills? We started this year 1 less AP and 1 less counselor, yet we continue to move forward. Paloma Valley High School continues to be #1 in attendance, AP readiness, and to excel at dual and concurrent enrollments. We are proud of those numbers, but even more mature and brightest students have struggling emotionally and psychologically over the past year. Our ELL students are failing classes and fear becoming non-grad statistics. Education disrupts poverty. Counselors need that in our battle. Our goal is to provide hope and opportunities, not fewer opportunities. Before COVID, counselors were already seeing an ever increasing number of students in crisis. Now students who are returning to campus from a pandemic having experienced an unprecedented collective trauma. It will have been 17 months since our students stepped foot on their high school campus. With students trying to maneuver their back to some normalcy, if anything, we need more counselors. Paloma Counseling Team sincerely requests that you reconsider your decision to cut our counseling programs and staff. School counselors are at the heart of the school. Please don't cut away at the heart. Student health and well-being first, students first, students first. The next comment is from Heritage High School Counseling Team. Dear PUHSD board members and Superintendent Grant Bennett, the Heritage High School Counseling Team is committed to the students, parents, and staff of our school. We were notified that there's going to be a reduction in force of school counselors amongst the traditional high schools. 4 years ago, PHS, PBH, and HHS were given an additional counseling position because the district and school board valued the work of the school counselors. This is not time to lose 3 school counselors throughout the district. Governor Newsom has allocated money to school districts to help. Maybe in the future that money may be gone, but right here and right now, we need to be focusing on supporting students and their families as we're coming out of a pandemic. School counselors are the first line of defense in helping students recover credits, creating intervention programs, and supporting social and emotional issues. We also want to continue to focus on moving students forward to be college and career ready. Cutting a counselor at each campus will be detrimental to the success of students and families during this difficult time. We have seen an increase in the need of social, emotional resources and support from our families during COVID. The PUHS school communities have suffered tremendous loss and emotional turmoil. We are finding that the students are working to help support their families as well as dealing with family issues, including domestic violence, abuse, food and housing insecurities, and an increase in depression and anxiety. School counselors are on the front lines when it comes to student and family support. The district officials have directed us to focus on the PUHSD school counselors will be to provide greater social emotional support, but at the same time, announcing that they are removing 3 positions. Losing the counselor who was in charge of all the college and career initiatives will put all those responsibilities back on the other counselors. We will lose a counselor, but it will still be responsible to make sure our graduation rates, A through G rate, FAFSA numbers, MSJC dual enrollment, AP, etc., increase each year. It is a tremendous amount of additional work that is required of the counselors with 1 less counselor. We have to remember that we are coming out of a pandemic. Cutting counselors would be detrimental when 48% of the 9th, 56% of the 10th, 49% of the 11th grade students at HHS have failed 3 or more classes at the end of the fall 2020 semester. The need for academic intervention and remediation is a necessity. While DNF rates are at a all-time high, the need to help students recover lost credits is a direct responsibility of school counselors. Our graduation rates will be impacted if the students do not receive the support they need. Cutting a counselor at each site will directly impact our ability to support students with their grades and put in place the appropriate interventions needed to get students back on track. Over the last 4 years, there have been 40% increase in our special education numbers, 320 to 451 students at Heritage. This number is expected to continue to rise across the district. School counselors must give input and participate in meetings and assist with accommodations. If the site loses 1 counselor, it'll be very difficult for the students to receive legal support they are required. Our English learner population has been hit hard during the shutdown. The DF rate was the highest among the special ed population, with 1,399 Ds and Fs out of the 459 EL students. Learning that our EL academic block will be taken away next year is yet another hit for this group. Our students benefit from the support that academic English classes offer. Without the support, more responsibility will fall on the EL counselors to support these students and parents to help with interventions. In addition, each site has lost an assistant principal position. With Heritage High School going to 2 APs, the counseling department will have more responsibilities. Counselors already meet with students when they come back from a suspension to counsel them on behavior choices and run mediations when there are conflicts between students. While counseling students and mediations are within our counseling duties, the counselors do not want to take an additional administration duties because of the loss of an AP at each site. The HHS counselors are asking that you please reconsider cutting the 3 counselor positions across the school district and continue to invest in the role of school counselors. We understand that Liberty needs to be staffed, but please backfill those positions at the school sites and reevaluate funding for the school counselors after we have recovered from the devastation of this pandemic. The next comment is from the Perris High School counseling team. Dear President, Dr. Arau, distinguished trustees, and PUHSD cabinet. The school counselors from Perris High School are reaching out to you through the public comments this evening in regards to your decision to not replace the school counselors who is transferring to Liberty High. This will negatively impact our Perris High students and community. We understand that you are making very important decisions when it comes to current budget reports and funding allocations, but we also know that you are the ones with the authority to make the critical decisions that will impact thousands of students once we return to campus. By simply turning on the news, you will hear that the national mental health is unprecedented and that one of the driving forces of trying to get those students back to public schools. The news also points out that communities such as the ones where Perris High School students live and parents live are most fragile. Our students are facing the most poverty, food insecurity, and a higher than average COVID cases compared to students in surrounding areas such as Menifee and Murrieta. As school counselors, we have been addressing the needs and more during this pandemic school year. Unfortunately, PUHSD recently informed school counselors that they will not be replacing any lost counseling positions. We ask, have the students and parents been informed of this decision? This pandemic has devastated our community. When our families and students return to campus, they will expect to see the resources and assistance they need. They absolutely must have no less. The directors in the Student Services Department have presented to the school board the increase in the amount of emotional mental stress across the district, in particular at the Pinnacotta Middle School campus. These issues don't dissolve when students enter high school. They also presented data showing the increased D and F grades on most recent semester grades for incoming juniors and seniors. Perris High will heavily be dependent on counselors to solve these cases while balancing an increased number of student emotional and mental well-being. This is the reason we are asking for our counselors to be replaced. The work will not be one of the typical school year. The school district and Board of Education voted to make FAFSA a graduation requirement, and we have a model district in the country to address college and career readiness. As a result, Perris has achieved a 30% increase in the number of seniors securing financial aid. For this type of impact in our community does not happen overnight. It takes years of intentional systemic planning and counseling support. As our financial aid numbers have increased, so has the offerings of dual enrollment college sections at Perris High School. In 2018, we offered 4.5 sections of dual classes. Now in 2021, we offer 15 sections of dual college classes. We would like this progress to continue, but as the district will need to be willing to have the support in place to aid this progress. At Perris High School, counselors made the difference between generational poverty to a lifetime of hope, access, and career opportunities. School counselors are essential to getting students through high school. And unless you are a school counselor in today's environment, most people have no idea what it takes to get students to the finish line and beyond. Therefore, we are asking that the district office and Board of Education to reconsider your decision of the 3 counseling positions lost across the district and make future decisions after next school year. The last comment on this subject is from Sky Lovinger, substitute teacher. I just feel horrible all the time. I can't do anything right. I can't focus. I have no motivation to do anything. I have no hope. Nothing matters anymore. My father died from COVID. My mom is working 3 jobs. I'm suffocating. I feel like I'm falling apart. I was adopted, but they started hurting me, so I got put in a foster home, and I've been 3 or 4 homes in the last few years. My brother killed himself, and I could have stopped him. I feel like it's my fault. I can't stop crying all the time. I can't feel anything. It's too overwhelming. Cutting my legs make me feel better. I can't breathe. I don't want to hurt anyone anymore. I want it all to end. I don't want to feel like this anymore. This is what our kids are experiencing. I have been a counseling substitute at Perris High School for 3 weeks, and I couldn't imagine this doesn't scratch the surface of what kids are enduring. These are all the things students have told me. I was made aware of these feelings when calling about FAFSA senior cohorts or choosing classes for next year. Otherwise, these kids would have suffered in silence like thousands of other kids in the district. I did not experience the level of hopelessness, depression, and desperation during my long-year internship that I have these few short weeks. I realize the magnitude of the trauma and mental health crisis our kids are currently experiencing is unfathomable. When I was in college becoming a teacher, one of my professors told us, always do the right thing for kids no matter the consequences. Even if it means losing your job, be an advocate and a champion for kids. Too often, that's all they have. I feel like this is one of those moments. I cannot in good conscience put my head in the sand and ignore the needs of these kids. I have to say something, even if it means finding a job in this district. I have the ethical duty to advocate for these kids and fight for equity and stand up against injustice. Cutting back counselors and increasing counselors' load during the biggest mental health crisis is criminal. The American School Counselors Association recommends that as mental health professionals, school counselors should have a caseload no larger than 250 students. Counselors at PUHSD currently have caseloads of 440 to 530 students. Perris High School has a much greater need than most, if not all high schools in our area. Failure to bolster counseling services at this time will increase these caseloads and their ability to provide services to all students. However, I have seen them. They will run themselves into the ground trying. They have already overworked, often working well into the night and on weekends. Their compassion and dedication to the well-being of the success of their students is the driving force. I saw what it did to them knowing the adverse effects of the decisions concerning counseling. Their heart breaks because they know how devastating this decision will be for the students and their families. Through hard work and the effective implementation of programs, gaps have been closed at Perris High School and others are beginning to close. Results that have taken years to achieve will be tossed away with the decrease in school counselors and the removal of college and career position at each site. It is disturbing that the decision has come at a time when other districts are increasing the mental health support, wellness centers, and services provided to their students. According to the CDC, increased stressors and lack of social support have increased child abuse and neglect. The total number of reported cases have dropped dramatically while the percentage of hospitalizations due to abuse has increased. There has been a 54% increase in alcohol sales in the US since the pandemic began. The World Health Organization warns us that this has exacerbated health concerns and abuse, especially among children. We are facing a mental health emergency. The ASCA has warned us to expect a monsoon of mental health concerns. Experts are calling for an increase in mental health services, not a cutback in your frontline mental health team. To knowingly contribute to the injury of another person is criminal malfeasance. We have been warned excessively about the current mental health emergency and the one on the horizon. Our kids are currently experiencing death, trauma, abuse, hopelessness, and are in crisis. We know this. Our kids are suffering, and to turn a blind eye to that is wrong. In some cases, the decisions that you are making for kids is between life and death, a future of hope and prosperity, or continued generation struggle and poverty. And you are deciding whether or not they will get services they need and deserve. We know that when kids feel well, they do well. Our kids are not well and will not be able to perform to their best of their abilities, academically or otherwise, if we do not address and treat their mental health needs. We need counselors with manageable caseloads more than ever. I imagine you all ran for your positions for the school board to help kids and families, to help the community, and to always fight for their success and well-being. Our kids are amazing. They will meet and exceed our expectations, but we have to give them the tools to access to services and abilities to do so. They are worth it, and it's so deserving. I hope you remember why you do what you do when making this decision and impact it will have on those you have committed to serve and to advocate for. The next comment on a separate topic is Paul Clay, Heritage High School teacher. Thank you again for this opportunity to address the Board of Trustees. The board has done a commendable job during these trying times, and this needs to be acknowledged. It seems that no matter which way you went on the issue of closing schools during the time of COVID, you were going to receive criticism from one group or the other. Nonetheless, you made the decision and stuck with it. In doing so, I feel you have saved hundreds of lives and potentially thousands more from the misery of this awful disease. There are two issues I would like to address about our return to school. I am sure the district has taken every reasonable measure to protect us, but there's one thing that I don't think you may be aware of. At Heritage and perhaps other sites, our classrooms are like being inside Tupperware. Ventilation is non-existent. The air conditioning and heating are either on or off, either too hot or too cold at any time, and the controls in the classroom don't work. Long before COVID, the rooms were stuffy and frankly retained odors for a long time. While it is possible to improve the heating and air units, we are still going to be residing inside giant thermos. What would really help our classrooms is windows that can open, and as well as heating and air units that we can shut off. I also used a wedge to prop my classroom door open so students didn't have to touch the handles. Very important in limiting the spread. In classrooms that have individual air conditioners, I strongly recommend cleaning them and making sure the filters are maintained. This was a problem in the past. Another issue is the rumors that are flying around at possibly ending on-campus detention. Surrounding feeder districts are devising alternative methods of handling the situation. One thing I heard was that they plan on sending these students to the office where CSCA staff will be supervising them. This won't work. Under the law, students must be supervised by certificated employees, and besides, they may become disruptive in the office routine. While I think that perhaps an alternative to on-campus detention is advisable, simply shutting them in another room and calling it something different isn't a solution. I sincerely hope that we are preparing for something better. This last comment on a separate topic is from Shira Smith, Heritage High School parent. Good afternoon, school board members, Superintendent Bennett, and others. I first would like to thank you for suggesting that the principals of each school put together a committee of parents to discuss their ideas for the upcoming graduations in June for our seniors. As we all know, our seniors in the class of 2021 have been greatly disrupted by the current COVID-19 restrictions. Although they are wonderful ideas, I would like to suggest just one more thing to take into consideration. Today, Riverside County moved into the red tier as the numbers of the county and the state have been decreasing quite rapidly. Would it be possible that we not make any decisions quick today and table this discussion and vote possibly at the April school board meeting? I suggest this is only based on how quickly and rapidly restrictions change, and there could be a possibility that in 4 weeks from now, we could have less restrictions than today, and this could broaden the possibility for a more traditional graduation. Our seniors, in my opinion, have been through a lot this year. They have watched as their memories of a fun senior year that they worked so hard for all these years just diminished before their eyes. I would ask the members of the school board and Mr. Bennett to please reconsider and hold off on any definite plans and table the discussion for the month. I know that there still will be families who are not comfortable with an in-person graduation ceremony this year, and of course their feelings should be considered as well. However, for those who are not in fear of being around large crowds of people, we as a district should explore all possibilities of a more traditional graduation. I would ask that our school board possibly reach out to other districts south of us who are planning a more traditional graduation and inquire what safety precautions they will be putting in place. After all, the class of 2021, as you said in your last board meeting, have really been hit the hardest by all the restrictions that have been in place by the state. Therefore, let us all work together, school board members, superintendents, administrators at our school sites, along with parents, to seek options and put together some safe ideas for the closest traditional graduation ceremony that we can. Thank you for your time and consideration for my suggestions. And that concludes the topics on the non-agendized items.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Williams, for reading the important comments from our community and our stakeholders. As I mentioned in the last board meeting, we welcome all the input from parents, students, staff members, everybody who would like to share with us their input about the district and the different activities. To the degree that we receive that input, those comments, suggestions, is the degree that we are going to be able to provide a better service to everybody. So thank you. All your comments are really, really appreciated. Okay, we are going to continue item 11.1, consent calendar, approval of the consent calendar items. Before I ask for the motion, in order to make the proper motion, I know that at the beginning, when we approve the agenda, we remove item 13.13 from the calendar.
That was an action item. It was listed down below. That's in the 13. It was 13.
It was not from the consent calendar. I'm sorry. I got confused there. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Okay. I was thinking about what Dr. Freeman mentioned to pull from the consent calendar and making it, but it is already an action item. It was already, and it will be an action item next time.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for confirming that, because I have in my mind, I was wondering, how did we miss a topic like that to be in the consent calendar, since the consent calendar is exclusively for routine items that usually there is no discussion about. Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Okay, so do I have a motion to approve the items listed under the consent calendar?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson,
Second.
Trustee Vallejo. Do you have any questions, Trustee? Go ahead, sir. Oh, go ahead.
Just we've had the motion in the second. The that item, I think you read it out. It was the company hadn't provided the test run on the thermal imaging. You're muted.
Yes, they hadn't done their end of the bargain, so that's why we pulled it from the action items. It wasn't part of the consent calendar at all.
Oh, okay.
That was my mistake, and I apologize.
Not a problem, Dr. Freeman. That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Reyna, for clarifying that. I
Okay.
just wanted to ensure that we were following the recommendation for Trustee Freeman, but thank you for the clarification. Excellent. Okay, so we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz. Aye. Now, please, let's proceed to vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Our next item is an oral report, 12.1, distance learning and COVID-19 update.
Yes, this will be Mr. Bruff taking charge here for this presentation. So it's all yours, Bob.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Bennett and the board. It's great to be presenting to you really good news. Although Dr. Raux, you celebrated the entry into the red before we could present it. I was so excited, but you were absolutely right to do that because we're all joyous to see good news, I believe. I think Mr. Alzabady is going to pull up the PowerPoint that we have prepared for you. Mr. Alzabady, if you could.
Yes, sir.
Please. And as he's pulling that up, I want to thank my entire team at Student Services. They've been working very hard. And as we go through today, we're going to be showing you some of the cohorts that have begun. And our site principals and our site staff have been truly amazing. If you could go to the next slide, Mr. Alzabady. And the next one, please. This is the great news that Dr. Rauch.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ruff, can I interject a little bit? I
Yes.
would like to ask Mr. Bennett, of the host of this meeting, if you can mute everybody with the exception of Mr. Ruff. I'm hearing some interference there. I don't know if you're the host, Mr. Bennett, or
Miss Betzner.
Ms. Fessner, Senorita Fessner, if you can please mute all of us except Mr. Ruff. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Raux. Yeah, that's a little better. I could hear some beautiful kids playing in the background there somewhere. As you said, we are here. We have now entered the red. We are very happy to see the adjusted rate of 6.1 and the positive test rate of 3.3. It's just a joyous thing for all of us. And, you know, so many of those public comments are hoping for some normalcy to return. And if things continue along these rates, those are all things that are possible. So this is wonderful, wonderful news. If we could go to the next slide, Mr. Alzabady. We should also, even though the numbers are looking much better, we should keep in mind that, we currently have 188 people who are hospitalized. Our thoughts and prayers and best wishes go out to them. We see that we've had 4,000 deaths in our county, and I was very touched that Ms. Vallejo had that moment of silence, that we should never forget that as things begin to get better, that many of our families have suffered, the worst in this terrible year. Fortunately, we've had 284,000 people that have recovered as well. So it's testament to our medical system. If we could go to the next slide, please, Mr. Alzabeidi. I know that the board and the community is always interested in not just our total county rates, but how does this look for the breakdown within our community? There we go. Sadly, we have seen Perris and Menifee with quite an increase of 64 and 115 individuals. And then you can see the number, the 2-week increase in our various areas. Mead Valley had quite a few as well with 22. So I know this was information that the board asked for several months ago, and we want to continue to honor your requests and honor these individual pockets of our community as well. If we could go to the next one, please. This is a particularly bit of good news that if you see Riverside County is in the blue in terms of ICU vacancy. We have 30% of ICU availability in Riverside County, and that's something we haven't seen in a long, long time. So it's very, very good. We've now vaccinated 17.4. Our district, I want to thank Ms. Raines and all of the staff that are providing this vaccination clinic to our employees tomorrow. And, we can't think of anything more important than making our employees safe and our community safe. So this is wonderful news as well. Next, please. So here are those numbers, the new cases, adjusted case rate, positivity rate, and always being mindful of the health equity adjustment for disparaged groups. But this is wonderful news again to see the positivity rate down to 3.3 and the adjusted, the new cases at 6.1. So we think people are taking better precautions, the vaccinations, and hopefully we're reaching some level of safety that we never anticipated this soon. Next, please. So what does this mean for us? That the stay-at-home order was lifted on the 25th of January, that we then began phase 1, where we've got kids at Paloma Valley High School, Perris High School, and Heritage High School. As the rates began to drop even lower, we began phase 2 on March 9th, and we're going to give you some very specifics on that. I think at the last board meeting, we told you those were going to happen. Well, now we're happy to report that they did happen, and we've had some really wonderful experiences for our students. As they begin to drop even farther, phase 3 is scheduled to begin on March 23rd, and we will outline that for you in further detail today. And as we continue into the red and lower, phase 4, where we have the potential to bring back our entire senior class, those who wish to return will be happening. So we're going to give you some particulars about these phases as we move through this tonight. Next, please. So let's talk about our cohort expansion. I'm going to ask for the assistance of Dr. McNair and Mr. Alzabeidi, and they're going to talk to you about the cohort expansion that's occurred. Oh, I think you're muted. Oh.
Sorry, I'm going right back.
That's okay. He'll be back there in a moment. We've got some nice pictures to show you of some kids who were able to return.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. So as we have been promising our constituents and our families and our students, we're looking at expanding our cohorts. As you're aware, the initial pilots were Paloma Valley High School, Perris High School, and Heritage High School. And we'll be discussing, well, here's some photos that we wanted to make sure that you had a chance to see. We currently have 11 students enrolled at Paloma in their cohort program. We have approximately 9 students at Heritage High School. And we have about 12 students at Perris High School. And Dr. McNair is going to talk about the 3 new programs that we were able to open up.
And so at the last board meeting, we talked about the cohort expansion for phase 2. And so we were successfully able to do that starting March the 9th, which was exciting, to 3 more sites. We opened at the California Military Institute for at-risk seniors, Pinacati Middle School, which is an intervention group geared towards the social emotional needs of students, and Pathways for Adult Learning Skills, looking at our students that are on the diploma track. Next slide, please. So here you can see the specialized cohort for seniors at risk for not graduating over at CMI. There are 7 students enrolled, and breakfast and lunch is provided. And these are 2 pictures of the classroom there. The next site is our PALS program, our adult program that houses our moderate to severe students that are working towards a high school diploma. Right now, there are currently 5 students enrolled in the program. The entire class was invited, but 5 families chose to send their students back at this time. Transportation is provided as well as breakfast and lunch. And then the last specialized cohort in this phase is over at Pinacati Middle School. And this is an intervention group that supports students that have a variety of social emotional needs. And so it's a very diverse group of students. And in this particular cohort, there are 13 students enrolled with the staff member.
And I'm going to go ahead and talk to you all about our phase 3 that will be starting on March 23rd. We're excited. The sites have been working really hard to reach out to our families of seniors that are at risk of not graduating. All of the counseling teams reached out to the students. We provided a list of students that were in danger of not graduating based on those credit cutoffs that we spoke about last board meeting. And our sites have been able to gather information from families. And as it looks right now, on March 23rd, we plan to implement 3 cohorts at Heritage High School, about 4 cohorts at Perris High, 3 cohorts at Paloma Valley. And then starting on the 29th, we'll be adding 1 cohort at Perris Lake High School. Next slide. And as we geared up for that March 23rd next phase with our seniors, we spent last Thursday with our guest teachers that will be providing that support for our seniors as they return, doing some training with them. So what we focused on was really about academic support, how they can support students, reaching out to teachers, accessing tutoring, getting feedback from their teachers in regards to what they need to work on to improve their grades, missing assignments, provide guidance on how to note take, prep for tests, help them organize their binder. We spend a lot of time working with those guest teachers as well on social emotional learning, how to create a safe and welcoming environment, establishing those relationships. These students are entering the classroom with somebody that they don't know. We want to make sure that they're comfortable with the guest teacher. So we spent a lot of time focusing on some of the social emotional learning aspects. We went through Thrively, which is our social emotional lessons platform, and showed them how to access information about our students and some of the information that they'll be provided about the students' strengths to help provide some support and just that comfort level as they start with those cohorts on the 23rd. Next slide. And then we put out a survey last Friday to all of our senior families to get information about whether or not they want their students to come back when we open up that phase 4 on April 12th. And so far, as of yesterday, we had 365 responses from families. We had 193 families asking for a hybrid model, which would be that face-to-face cohort model. And then we had 172 families say that they wish to remain on distance learning. So we'll continue to collect that data from our senior families. We want to get as many responses back from our families as possible. So that survey will be receiving responses for at least another week to gather as many students as we could possibly can. I think we're all excited to see students back on campus. I know that a lot of the families are excited to have conversations with their counselors, with their teachers about coming back. I've had lots of good conversations with our staff members about the return to school, and just really proud of the work that everybody's doing to bring students back. It'll be nice to get to have some sense of normalcy with students walking around on campus. Next slide.
Next slide, Mr. Alzubaidi. I want to thank again the team that's presented to you today. They've worked with a lot of passion, a lot of heart. That substitute training was really in depth and very meaningful in terms of this being a true intervention model, that we are adding something to what students are already receiving. They will continue to take their synchronous and asynchronous classes, but we know how difficult that would be for many of the reasons outlined tonight. And so we wanted to add value to what they're getting now. And this is an intervention approach for the remainder of this year. So again, I want to thank the entire team. I want to thank the board and our cabinet for allowing all these things to take place. I mean, several months ago, this board voted for the social emotional platform, Thrively. Now that platform is in place and being utilized. Everything that you ask of us and that you vote to approve, we relish in the opportunity to implement and provide these opportunities for our students. So we want to thank you, and we look forward to creating more opportunities for our young people. And I think I'm back to you, Mr. Bennett, unless there's any questions from.
Yes. Do any board members have a question for Mr. Bruff or his team about where we're going, where we're moving towards?
No questions from me.
No question. Okay, thank you, Mr. Broff, Cyril, and Dr. Montreal for this excellent presentation and for the support to the students who needed interventions. Right? So we are looking forward for the next element. Are we going to talk about the model that we are going to, is going to be coming next? I'm looking at the items. The model where we are going to bring the seniors back.
I'm sorry, was that a question for me, Dr. Raux? That will be.
Yes, Mr. Rowe. Are we going to receive the information about the model under the one I know you talk about the guest teachers that they were trained, but the model where we are going to bring our seniors back?
Well, it's a similar intervention model. There will be guest teachers. Seniors will be in 1 day a week. 25% can come back on Monday, 25% on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Friday, they will have check-in opportunities with their teachers. But again, this will be the same intervention approach. Their teachers will continue to provide the synchronous and asynchronous lessons. Those students that wish to return under the stable groups will get that extra intervention and support to make up assignments, begin interacting, through social distancing again, and ease their way back into social situations. There will be a learning curve given the difficulties of the year.
Okay, and this is the phase 4, right? The one that we're talking about and starting on April 12th.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And I'm really pleased to see the data, even though we have only 365 responses at this time, but we can see that we have a little bit more than 50% willing to come. I have been looking at the trend from other districts, and in another districts is close to 40% of the parents who are willing to send the students. So I'm really glad that our seniors will be able to take this opportunity to be on campus during this last part of the semester.
Well, we have enough for them to complete that survey, so we're hoping to continue to get more responses and give you a complete update when we finalize the survey.
Excellent. What is the deadline for the survey, Mr. Bennett?
We asked them to complete it by the end of this week. So March, what is that? 0.
Now we give them through March 26th, I believe.
This week and next. So we gave them to March 26th because we're hoping to have that those numbers back so we can plan the week before spring break, sir. That way we can have
It'll probably be a good idea for us to send out a phone dialer to the parents, reminding them to fill that out so we get more responses.
And I believe Ms. Rescala has a whole series of reminders that we've scheduled to try to prompt parents to get back to us on that.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. It seems you were reading my mind. That was going to be the next the next thing, to send a phone message. And also in our system, we have we can send emails, right, to the parents. Yeah. Okay. So we can send the emails, phone message, and text messages reminding about filling out the survey with their selection, letting us know that they would like their students. And I'm assuming that is done in English and Spanish also. And we have staff ready and available to support them, right? Because we have talked about this before, right? If the parents, they don't feel comfortable or they have questions about how to handle it from the technology perspective, that the help is available for them in both languages, in English and Spanish, and any other languages that we might have.
Absolutely. When you take the survey, sir, the very first question either takes you to a complete Spanish survey or an English only survey. So completely user-friendly in terms of Spanish speakers.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Ruff. I appreciate it. I'm missing any comments or questions? Well, thank you very much for this presentation. And we are going to move to the next action item, that is 13.1, general functions. Resolution number 12, 2021, trustee compensation for missed meetings, in this case, Dr. Freeman. Do I have a motion? I know Dr. Freeman is going to exit the meeting, but do we do it before the motion or after, Mr. Bennett? I don't remember.
He should be out now.
I'm out now. I'm out now. Hold on here.
Okay.
He's
So moved.
He left.
Yeah.
Second. Second.
Okay, so trustee Nelson and trustee Stafford. Okay, now Dr. Freeman is not here. We are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
trustee Nelson,
Aye.
trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and trustee Arauz. Aye. Okay, now let's please proceed to vote electronically.
Well,
And
he's not here for somebody to abstain for him, so I don't know how we're going to do that.
Anna, can you take care of that?
I need him to log back in and abstain.
So I'm gonna have to call him.
So he needs to come back, right? And
He'll be right in.
okay, thank you, Mr. Bennett. Okay, welcome back, Dr. Freeman.
Thank you, sir.
So Dr. Freeman, you're just gonna need to abstain on that vote.
Oh, okay. I abstain on that vote.
Okay.
I know. I got to put it up here.
Okay.
Abstain. I got to stain on my head.
Thank you, Dr. Freeman. Upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Okay, we move to the next item, 13.2, general functions. Resolution number 15, 2021. Resolution authorizing support of a waiver request on statewide assessments. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Freeman,
Second.
trustee Stafford. Before we vote, are there any questions or comments regarding this resolution?
No questions for me.
Question? Okay. Anybody else? Okay, so let's proceed to move to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Araux, aye. Now we proceed to vote electronically, and upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Next item, 13.3, personnel. Certificated personnel action items. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson,
Second.
Trustee Stafford second. Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
and Trustee Araux, aye. Please vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Next item, 13.4, personnel item also, classified personnel action items. Do I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson,
Second.
Trustee Vallejo, second. Now we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Araux, aye. Please proceed to vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Next item is also an action item, 13.5, personnel. Agreement of employment for our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford,
Second.
Trustee Freeman. Are there any questions or comments? Okay. I'm sorry. Let me see. No, okay. We are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Araux, aye. Let's vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. 13.6, curriculum. Approval of waiver of additional local requirements and reduction of graduation credits for specific seniors impacted by COVID-19. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson, a second.
Second.
Trustee Vallejo, are
Dr.
there any questions or comments? Yes, Mr. Bennett.
There are two options here the board we're going to consider. One would be every student would be put at the high school minimum, state high school minimum of 130 credits. That's option one. Or option two would be comprehensive school will go down to 185 and the alternative ed goes down to 130. So the board would, at this point, will you discuss and decide would you amend the motion to pick one of those two options?
I would like to amend the motion to go for option 2.
Okay, Mr. Bennett, can you repeat that and clarify? I would like to.
Yes.
I can understand motion 2, the one that Dr. Freeman is asking, that continuation students will be able to graduate with 130, right?
Correct.
Okay, but what about the first one?
The continuation students 130, the comprehensive school 185.
If they are affected, right? Because if we have students meeting the district requirements, that's what we want. They are going to be graduating with those.
Yes.
Okay. Now,
so the two options are 185 for the comprehensive and 130 for the continuation. The other option is 130 for everybody.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, but which one is which? I thought number 2 was the one with the 185.
Well, on the agenda item, it's listed as the first one.
Oh, so that I misspoke then. I want to go
Yeah,
with the one that has the 185 and 130.
Yeah, Mr. Bennett gave them to us backwards, so that's why you were saying the second one.
I apologize.
It's okay. So yeah, I also am in favor of the comprehensive schools being at 185 and the continuation school being at 130.
Okay.
I'm not sure on this one. I'm very familiar with the continuation schools, but I don't want a student that's still in the comprehensive to be cut out while the continuation is allowed to pass. What did we do last time? What was we went to 130, didn't we?
Last year we did the state minimum for all students.
I think I have a clarifying question then. How many students will be affected in the comprehensive schools if we don't go down to 130 for all schools?
Good question.
I know Mr. Bruff had that information.
I had a feeling that you guys had numbers on that, so I'd appreciate those if you had them.
Yes, sir, and the board. We currently have 179 students who have 130 or less, and that could potentially, and that's from all of our schools, who could graduate if it was made 130. We have 291 students that have 131 to 185. And, gratefully, we have 1,684 students who are over 185 right now and would probably make the traditional 225 cutoff. So there are, if you add in, you have 291 students who will definitely make the 185 if you make that move now for the comprehensives. And you have 179 students who have below 130.
That's 179. That's 179 more students, or is that 179 part of the 291?
No, 291 students currently have between 131
and
185. So they would, those 291 students, we anticipate them making the 185 goalpost. 179 students have less than 130.
How does that compare with pre-COVID graduations?
Very similarly, 122 of those 179 are at Perris Lake High School. So if you dropped the continuation school down to 130, 122 of those students would likely graduate.
So 57 of those students are at comprehensive high schools.
Yes, sir. 12, 9, 2, and 3 at various schools. I mean, I can give it to you site by site if you would like.
I don't think that's necessary. I'm just trying to get my head around numbers right now.
But 122, and the reason to consider that is you also have students at our comprehensive high schools, what we call the satellite schools. So they may be going to Paloma Valley High School, but they're enrolled at Paloma at the continuation school. Does that make sense? So they would get the 130 if they were enrolled in that Perris Lake High program.
Excuse me. I'd like to say something if I might. I've had my hand up. Normally, it's 225 for graduation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the difference between 225 and 185 is 40, which is roughly one semester of credits.
Correct.
So if you have somebody who comes in and would not be able to make up that 40, that kind of I think we're looking at somebody who would have been not graduating anyway. I really feel that we need to sit at the 185 for the comprehensive. I believe that is a very generous compromise for the distance learning, and the 130 for the continuation school should remain that way.
And I do agree with Dr. Freeman on this. I do. I feel that we should hold comprehensive school to 185.
Okay. I have one question, Mr. Bro. Thank you for sharing the data. Excellent questions from Mr. Nelson. I'm just wondering, the 130, those are the requirements, the state graduation requirements, correct?
The minimum state. Now,
The minimum state.
as you're aware, it's not just any 130 credits. You have to have so many years of English, so many years of math, just
Exactly.
educate our public. So it's not just an accumulation of 130. That's
Exactly. They cannot have 80 electives and no core classes.
have to have government, have to have econ, etc.
My question is, what is the basis for 185?
185 is usually the demarcation point for continuation school, realizing that these are students who have struggled in one way or another. And so it exceeds the state minimum, but it does ease the burden for students who have been behind. So 185 is the normal continuation school goalpost, and 130 is the state minimum goalpost.
Okay, so the reason that I'm asking is because it's 185 taking in consideration the different challenges, right, that the students are facing. Now, last year, for our regular seniors, the comprehensives, we use the state requirements, the minimum state high school graduation requirements.
Yes, sir.
And they were affected only for 3 months, right, for the last semester of their education. So how we have been mentioned, this Board of Education and all of us, we filter things on the best interest of the students and fairness in doing what is right. The class of 2021, the seniors class of 2021, they actually had been facing challenges for 1 year plus the 3 months. We stopped plus the second semester of last year. So they face challenges in order to achieve their credit as juniors and the whole year as a seniors. So based on that rationale, I would like to propose to treat all of the students equally, and mostly taking in consideration that the challenges for the class of 2021 had been greater than the challenges of the 2020 from that perspective, from the perspective of the amount of time that we were in the distance learning.
Well, right now, with my proposed amendment, it would be with the 185 involved with it. We'd have to deal with that before we would go to the other one.
And President Rouse, I believe Mr. Stafford has had his hand up for a while, so he might have a comment.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Kind of drifted there. I feel like we're almost in a punishment mode here. We went with 130. What's the consensus across the county? Do we have any data what the county's doing, or are we alone on making this decision right now?
I know other districts have made a decision, but I don't have that data for you, Mr. Stafford.
Okay. And why is the state set? I know this, you guys should know this. I don't know it, but why are they set the minimum at 130? Why is the state requirement so low?
I can answer that. That's always been low. And sir, that's really taking into account primarily our foster students and our McKinney-Vento, our homeless students. And that state minimum is to really accommodate and maybe incarcerated youth that have been released and have had real travesties in their life. So again, the 130 is not just any 130. You have to have 3 years of English, 2 years of math, government econ, and so on. But it does assist students who have had traditionally, because that 130 has been in place, oh gosh, as long as I can remember, to assist troubled students, sir.
And it really has no electives.
Correct. So electives aren't worth, they don't count the electives. Correct. So they're really getting their core education.
Exactly.
Yes. So why are we, as you say, they had to face these challenges even more, and the actual number is really very low that would benefit from this. When you look at it, I mean, you're going to do the continuation school anyway under this proposal. I don't see I see a certain amount of inequity in this. I don't know what to say here. This is not what I would envision for, what was the final number, about 50 something students that would benefit from graduating at 130?
Yes, sir. Let me get it for you exactly. 122. It's 57 students, sir.
Okay. Okay. I'm not in the business of punishing anybody, especially now. So,
57
yeah.
individual people.
Okay. Now, what I would ask is, okay, out of those 57, they're all on track for the 130, or is there?
That's a much richer dive. So of those
Okay.
students, they have 130 or less. Some of them, like Dr. Freeman said, could be really, really behind and wouldn't make the 130. But many of them, when you lower it down to 130, will make the
130
new goalpost. Yes, sir.
I think
Okay.
Mr. Nelson was.
Yeah, are you done, Mr. Stanford?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
Okay, no, that's okay. I was just asking you because I saw Trustee Nelson with his hand, raising his hand, but I wanted to wait until you had finished, sir.
Yeah, I was waiting till he finished as well. But,
I'm done. Yeah, I'm
okay.
good. I'm good.
Okay, I do have a question. We went to 7 periods quite a few years ago. What was our credit requirement for graduation before we went to 7 periods? Was it still the 225? Yeah. So this group of seniors has had 4 years of an extra period, and we did not increase the credit requirements for, even though they had an extra period for 4 straight years. So this 225 is actually deflated from what it should have been. We should have raised that credit requirement with the 7 periods a few years ago, but which we never did. So I still think with that 7 periods of possibility of taking classes, that 225, which stayed at 225, is still. I'm not saying that they should have more, but logically we should have raised the graduation requirement years ago, which we did not do. And so I still think the 185 with 7 periods a day is still perfectly acceptable to require of the students to graduate.
And I would agree with Mr. Nelson. The only thing is that we cannot, in the core classes, there is no way to increase the number of classes that they can take. There is a maximum 4 years of English.
Yeah, I understand that, but they can still. And many students did have to take double classes of English and double classes of math in order to get those credits. That was one of the reasons why we went to the 7 period day, was to allow those students who had to take double classes to have an elective, have an extra class to take an elective. So I still think the 185 and the 130 is perfectly reasonable to have expected of our students. And I understand that they've had a longer period of hardship, but I still think that if those students were on pace to graduate before COVID, then they'd still be able to make the 185 now. So,
okay, thank you, sir. So Trustee Stafford.
Okay. I just, another thing comes to mind. What's the capacity of our continuation school? Are we full over there? Is there room for students to transfer at this point, or is there? I mean, you haven't looked at all the parameters of this. You're not seeing the whole picture.
We should give Dr. Garcia a lot of credit, and Lee, her assistant principal, is now the principal. They have been at maximum capacity since the beginning of the year. They have kept that full. In addition to those classes, each of the sites has created a satellite Perris Lake High School program, and they have approximately 20 to 30 students who are enrolled at Perris Lake, but actively taking those classes on their home campuses. But they are enrolled at Perris Lake.
So if a student was actually interested in graduating, they would have been monitoring this, and he would have been in that program already. Those
yes,
students
sir. Counselors and APs and everyone works very hard to identify kids that are off track in their junior year or senior year and place them at the lake for their best opportunity at graduation at the beginning of the year.
So it would get down to, really, for me, was what schools are these kids coming from? I mean, dig all the way down. I mean, think of who you're affecting. Okay, tell yourself the truth. So it's that's what I have a problem with here. We're not really looking at them as individuals, and the equity seems to be a little bit off skew here. So I mean, I don't want anybody to say, okay, at this point right now, I'm going to jump over there so I can graduate. I wouldn't agree with that, but it's up to us to set what it's going to be right now. I don't even feel comfortable doing that because I don't know what the rest of the county's doing.
But there would be no opportunity for students to make that jump now to the lake because those spots are full.
Okay.
That has happened throughout the year. Occasionally, students will make the 185 mark mid-year at the lake and graduate, and then we backfill as those spots open up. Dr. Garcia has been very good about getting students over.
Okay.
Mr. Brough, so based on what you are saying, those students, they were not at the lake because as a sophomores or juniors, they were not that deficient, correct? Otherwise, they would have been at the lake as a juniors.
That's not exactly a yes or no. That is limited by capacity. And sometimes you have to make a rough decision in that you look at, could a student in the time left make the 185 deadline? And you want to give a student that can make that deadline, that finish line, the space. Whereas sometimes, sadly, you get a senior who has very, very few credits, and you wouldn't want to give that space if there's no chance of graduation. So those, it's more of a window of opportunity, not just that they're behind.
Okay, so that being said, and taking this in consideration, hypothetically speaking, if we would have a lot of space in the continuation, those students, they would have been there, right? But if they were not there, that means that they were doing okay, they were on track. And because of the situation, the challenges that they face in the last almost year and a half, let's call it like that, or year and 0.3, right? 30%. That's why they are that behind. Okay. All right. So we have the discussion, unless there is any other comments or
one more question. I'm just thinking. So is there going to be summer school this year?
Yes, sir.
There will be. And how many credits do they get out of summer school?
Traditionally, you can get up to 10 credits.
Credits only.
Occasionally, seniors are put on the recovery system and can get 15 if conceivable.
So those on the line could theoretically make it after summer school.
Yes, sir.
I mean, to drag a kid over he's almost there into another school year is what I'm worried about. The families can't afford that, and that's a concern to me, because I asked the question, where are these students at? Where's the schools? What school do they go to? And I could probably figure the answer out myself without even data. So that's where I see the inequity, and I want to make sure that we're looking at the whole picture. Okay. And vote as you may. So anyway, that's it. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to hold you up.
That's okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, I want to make the last comment. We are going to have the opportunity to vote in the next few seconds. As a board member, a member of this Board of Education, my commitment is always to support our more vulnerable students, and due to the conditions that are completely different for this class of 2021, and also support the most vulnerable students plus equity, right? So to provide the same opportunity that we provided to the class of 2020, I'm going to vote for the option of 130. Those are the state requirements. I feel comfortable doing that because those 130 credits include the core classes. It's not that our students are not going to know math, English, science in the main classes. The credits that are going to go to the 185 are elective classes. So based on those three parameters and considerations, that is, I'm proposing the 130. Now we are going to.
Dr. Rouse, I believe there was already a proposal for the other one.
We have to vote on my proposal
we are going
first.
to vote. We are going to vote on that one. Yes, definitely. Yeah. Okay. So we have the proposal. Then we have two options. There is the proposal for the one option. If this proposal is accepted, then the other one, we don't need to vote, correct? If this one doesn't get a majority, then we are going to vote for the 130. So at this time, we are going, did I make a motion? I don't
Call for
remember.
the question.
He's got an amendment with a second.
The motion and second's already been made. So
Okay. So we are going to vote for the first proposal, that is 180 credits for the comprehensive high school students and 130 for the continuation. That is what we are going to vote right now. So, yes.
Sorry, may I interrupt? Anna and Sarah grabbed me. If we could just make one clarification, just so that the record is accurate. This actually isn't an amended motion. The motion was to select, which I just want to make sure that we all understand the question here.
Okay.
Woman has proposed that you talk about the 185 and the 130, which is, it sounds like you're getting to the same point, but we wanted to make sure that amendment was not in there.
Okay, perfect.
Is that all right? Okay.
We are going to vote on the motion with the amendment of that we are voting only. No?
There's no
again, it's not an amendment. This was the original proposal.
Okay.
What David said.
It's A or B.
The original proposal. Okay, if it's going to be A or B, that's what I'm confused, because we should vote for one.
X or Y.
We cannot have a vote for two things at the same time. Can
Right. What it works out to, Dr. Rouse, is we have a motion and a second for the 185 and 130. So you're voting on that one.
Okay.
If you vote yes, you go through. If it ends up no, you could have another motion made to go towards the other one.
Okay, perfect. I thought that's what I had said, so I'm sorry if I confuse everybody. So we are going to vote at this time to see if you approve 180 for comprehensive.
185.
185 and
Yeah.
130 for the continuation. Let's see. Okay, let's vote. Trustee Vallejo.
I vote for the 185 option.
So your vote would be yes for this one.
Yes,
correct?
aye.
Okay, aye. Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Nelson.
Aye.
Trustee Stafford.
Nay.
And Trustee Arauz, nay. So let's vote electronically, please. Okay, all right, so upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 3 in favor, 2 against, and item 13.6 has been approved. Our students will graduate in the comprehensive high school. They will need to complete 185 credits, and at the continuation high school, they need to complete 130. Okay, thank you. Let's go to the next item, 13.7. That is a curriculum. Subscription with Bloomsbury Digital Resources for the Drama Online Collections, funded through the Federal CARES Act Learning Loss Mitigation Fund in the amount of $145,566, not the general fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford.
Second.
Trustee Freeman. Are there any questions or comments? No, I'm not seeing any hands. Okay, so we are going to vote, please. Trustee Vallejo.
Aye.
Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Nelson.
Aye.
Trustee Stafford.
You're muted, Tony.
Aye.
Thank you, sir. And Trustee Arauz, aye. Please, let's vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Okay, I think the vote was 5-0 to approve item 13.7. Okay, there was some mistake on the script. All right, thank you. We go to item 13.8, building and grounds. Agreement with number 1 Sun Plumbing for the sewer line replacement project at Paloma Valley High School, funded through the maintenance fund in the amount of $40,500, not the general fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee
Second.
Nelson? Trustee Freeman? So we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo?
Aye.
Trustee Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Trustee Stafford?
Aye.
And Trustee Araux, aye. Upon a roll, okay, not yet. Okay, upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Next action item 13.9, Building and Grounds. Award of RFP number 021121 to BKM Office Works LLC for Liberty High School office furniture, funded through various facilities funds in the amount of $160,000, not the general fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee
Second.
Nelson, Trustee Stafford. Are there any questions or comments? No. Okay, we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford.
You're muted, Tony.
Aye.
Thank you, sir. And Trustee Araux, aye. We proceed to vote electronically, and upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. 13.10, Building and Grounds. Resolution number 14/2021. Resolution authorizing the award and piggybacking for procurement of furniture and equipment for Liberty High School. No fiscal impact. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford,
Second.
Trustee Nelson. Any questions or comments? No questions. Okay, let's vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Araux, aye. Let's vote electronically, please.
Well, there we go. I can't seem to get there. The page is all clogged up here. There we go. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Freeman. Upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Next item is 1311, resolution number 13/2021, resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Perris Union High School District authorizing request for a waiver from the State Board of Education relative to statutory general obligation bond debt limitations as provided by the Education Code sections 15,102 and 15,268 with no fiscal impact. Do I have a motion to open the public hearing regarding the request for a waiver from the State Board?
So
of
moved. Sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Finish, please.
That's okay. Education relative to statutory general obligation bond debt limitations as provided by the Education Code sections 15102 and 15268.
So moved.
Trustee Nelson, take a second.
Second.
Trustee Freeman. The public hearing regarding the request for a waiver from the State Board of Education relative to statutory general obligation bond debt limitations as provided by Education Code section 15102 and 15268 is now open at 7:54 p.m. Are there any public comments, Mr. Bennett?
No public comments, Dr. Rouse.
Thank you, sir. The public hearing regarding the request for a waiver from the State Board of Education relative to statutory general obligation bond debt limitations is provided by the Education Code sections 15102 and 15268 is now closed at 7:54 p.m. What time did we open it, Miss Señorita Fetzer?
7:54. So can we wait?
Let's wait one few seconds. Yes, I didn't remember it was 7:53. So this a public hearing is closed at 7:55. So there is a motion by Trustee Nellison, right? And second by Trustee Freeman?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Señorita Felter. To adopt Resolution 13, 2021, resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Perris Union High School District authorizing request for a waiver from the State Board of Education relative to statutory general obligation bond debt limitations as provided by Education Codes 15102 and 15268. We are going to vote after we have these two motions. Before voting, are there any questions or comments? I'm not seeing any questions or comments. Can somebody help me? I'm not seeing Dr. Freeman, so I cannot see if he's raising his hand. No questions from you, Dr. Freeman?
No questions for me, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. So we are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo?
Aye.
Trustee Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nellison?
Aye.
Trustee Stafford?
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Now let's proceed to vote electronically, please. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. Next item is 13.12, business, revision of the Perris Union High School District COVID-19 safety plan, no fiscal impact. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Stafford?
Second.
Trustee Vallejo. Okay, are we having a presentation, Mr. Bennett?
No, but we're open for questions if the board has questions of what.
Okay, I'm just a little bit confused because the item says that we are revising it. Are we approving the revision, or can you please?
You'd be approving the revision because
Because
the
it's an
state
item.
made changes on what had to be in the safety plan. So we've done the revisions on that plan for what the state requires now.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? I just have one question, Mr. Bennett. I don't know if this corresponds to the business department, to Ms. Raines. Can you give us a quick summary or what are those changes now to be in compliance with the new safety guidelines from the state?
Yeah. And Ms. Raines would share that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So as you may recall, you originally approved the COVID-19 safety plan, I think the last day of January, because that had to be submitted by February 1st. And that was under the Governor's Safe Schools for All plan, which was not yet at that time adopted into law. Fast forward through many steps, and now we have AB 86 that was signed into law. I think it was March 5th. I'd have to go back and look, but I know we spent quite a bit of time going through the history of all of this and bringing us up to present with AB 86 at the last special board meeting. And so what the revisions in this plan consist of is the requirements of AB 86, as Mr. Bennett said, as well as the direction and the conversations surrounding that study session. Specifically, Mr. Breath talked about phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 with the cohorts, and then the board had a conversation, staff had conversation about the priority of bringing the students back. I'm sorry, seniors back. I said that incorrectly, to bringing seniors back, like Mr. Bruff talked about in his earlier presentation. So that is in a nutshell what is in the revised COVID-19 safety plan is those new directives from the state, and then how you as a board directed us to put this together.
Thank you, Ms. Raines, and I apologize. I thought that it was something specifically related to the safety, how if they were any current requirements in terms of that. But
No.
I understand now that the whole safety plan encompasses everything. Yes.
Yeah, and no apology needed. It changes sometimes more by the day. So if we can't keep it straight, so so.
That's right. Okay, so we have the motions already, and we are going to proceed to vote. Trustee Vallejo,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
Trustee Stafford,
Aye.
and Trustee Arauz, aye. So we are going to proceed to vote electronically, please. Thank you. Upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. The next item is 13.13. Is this one the one that we pulled, Mr. Bennett?
We pulled 1313 off, and so it moved 13.14.
Oh, it's moved on. Okay, very
Yeah.
good. Thank you. From the Business Department, agreement with RiftNet LLC for the implementation of thermal imaging cameras throughout the. Go ahead, Ms. Raines.
I'm sorry to interrupt. That's the one you're reading. I wonder if you maybe need to refresh. That's the one that was pulled.
Oh, okay.
Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's okay. This one was the one
there we go.
It was pulled, yes. So technically, it's the 13.14 that it was before, right?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Ms. Raines. 13.13 now is approval of the 2021 second interim financial report with a positive certification of the Perris Union High School District's financial condition, no fiscal impact. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson. Second.
I thought we were doing the presentation first.
Second.
Yeah, we made the motion, right? And then the
You do the motion and the second, and then the presentation comes after the motion and the second.
Okay.
Yeah, before we vote, we have a presentation. Okay, Trustee Nelson, right? Did the first one, the first motion, and I believe Trustee Vallejo, you made second? No? Okay, do I have a second?
My voice is somewhat high, but not that high. I said second.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Freeman. Okay, thank you. Now we are going to have the presentation. Go ahead.
So good evening, board and cabinet. So tonight we're going to talk about the second interim report. We could go to the next slide, Sarah. So we talked pretty much in depth about the governor's budget a couple weeks ago, but I just wanted to go over a couple of the highlights about the COLA, with the compounded COLA this year, and then in the out years, just a reminder that we're using the more conservative school services COLA. The projected future shortfalls in the state budget reduces the likelihood that the COLA would be fully funded, so it's better to take the conservative approach. For the deferrals, the governor did put in the budget to buy down the 21-22 deferrals, but again, we will not need a tran this year. Right now we're projected to end the year with $8.7 million, but we'll continue to monitor that very closely. And if we need to borrow, we'll do so internally. And then just a reminder that the cap on the district reserves will be triggered in 22-23 to 10%. And you know, that kind of limits what state agency governance teams, the ability to be more strategic should a financial crisis occur, to make those decisions on what needs to be cut, you know, more strategically and with enough time. So just some kind of reminders on that, and then we'll move on. So you've seen this slide in a different format in some different presentations. This is the prior COVID funding sources that we've received. Some of it going back to last year at the very end of the year, and then some of it that we're still spending. But what I want to really talk about is the next slide. So this is some of the new monies that have been both in the governor's budget and signed by President Biden. So these particular funding sources are not currently in the second interim numbers that you're going to see. A lot of these numbers were not known at the time when the second interim was needing to be closed. And as you can see, like, we still don't know what the Gear 2 monies are going to be. And I keep checking regularly, see if there's any updates, but nothing yet. A couple things that I wanted to point out. So the ESSER 2 monies, that is allocated based on our proportionate share of Title I for 2021. The ESSER 3 monies is part of the 1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan that was signed by President Biden. And as Candace discussed in the special board meeting a couple of weeks ago about the AB 86 monies, there's two different pots within that money. There's the in-person instruction, that $3.5 million. That's the one where districts will receive a 1% per day penalty for not starting on April 1st. So that's 2 days for us. Equates to about $35,000 a day. And then the larger pot can be used primarily for distance learning. There are still some set-asides. But as you can see, what we'll be getting is pretty significant. Just keep in mind that these all are one-time dollars and they're restricted in use. CMI will also get some AB 86 monies. Their in-person amount is approximately $390,000, and their expanded learning is $848,000. Can we go to the next slide? So you guys are all pretty familiar with this table that I generally share each interim and adopted budget. So just as a reminder, there was no COLA for 2021, so the rates all stayed the same. What did change though was the unduplicated count. So our 3-year rolling average, which is basically how we're funded, did increase by 0.2 because our single year increased significantly by 2.49%, which is identifying 299 more students that qualified over the prior year. And I know we've said it before, but I just can't say it enough. That's a huge shout out to our site administrators and to nutrition services for really doing that extra work and trying to get people identified so we can get our kids service.
Can I have a question before I forget?
Sure.
Okay, can you go to the slide before this one? Okay. We are looking at the ESSER 2 and the ESSER 3. You talk about it. So we are seeing the expenditure deadline, 2023 for one and 2024. But when is the district going to be able to start spending that money?
Well, it's not really funny, but I'm going to use the word funny because some of the language in there says that we can go back to March of 2020, which is physically impossible because those books are closed. So, and not to get like too deep into the weeds, but most of these don't even have resource codes yet for us to actually move or identify any expenses that we could put in there yet. Okay. Nor have we received any actual cash for any of them yet. We are projected to receive some cash for AB 86. They say that some is coming in May and then some will come in August, but there's still no definitive amounts.
Thank you.
We're still kind of on hold for that.
On hold. Okay, thank you for this excellent explanation, right? And the direction of my question is to see when are we going to, our students are going to benefit from this funding. When do you think you are going to provide to us how the students are going to benefit from this a total of almost $28 million? Because this relief funding, right, is the new COVID funding sources. the motivation of this question that I'm asking is how our students are going to benefit from this, because our staff and everybody, all the members and the staff of our district, they are going to continue to get paid with the general fund, right? So this money is not going to go to their salaries. For us, we are going to continue to get the $200 per month. That's what we as a board members, we are getting. And we are happy to serve our students with that, right? So the motivation in this case of my question is how this is going to benefit our students, and when are we going to have a desegregation of the investment of this money in our students? Because that's what happened with the CARES Act, right? The amount of money who was invested in our district, it went there, and we were presented with a desegregation. So I would like to know, and I think for our constituents to know, how these $28 million are going to benefit our students. And that is the motivation of my question on how this is going to transfer to them, because we already know the reality. So can you give us kind of a timeline? When are we going to know how this is going to benefit our students?
Can I take a stab at that, Alicia?
Thank you very much.
So piggybacking on the most recent conversation you and I had, Dr. Rao, about things changing very quickly. So the slide just before that was our prior COVID-19 funding sources, the vast majority of those being CARES dollars. And we did, I think, a pretty robust presentation to the board. I think it was in late November, regarding those specific dollars. On this particular slide, all of these dollars are very relatively new. So much so, in fact, if we just rewind only 2 weeks ago to the special board meeting, we weren't talking about ESSER 3 because we did not know, what that was going, to be. And so we have ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 3. I sort of joke about that, like it's just gonna, keep going. ESSER 3 has some additional requirements in terms of an approved plan. ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 are very flexible in the use of those funds. And specifically when you said, these funds could not go to our salaries that are already funded by the general fund. That's true in some cases, but ESSER does allow us in some circumstances to, in a case where we are avoiding, something detrimental like a layoff, to instead use these dollars instead. And so kind of just like we talked about in November, everything is going to be a careful balance of how we use these dollars, because you're absolutely right. They need to benefit our students. The CARES money is intended to address the learning loss. These are learning loss mitigation funds. And so we will be working very quickly to either put together, or not either, to put together specific plans as required by specific funding sources, which that plan would then be part of the greater plan as we are working feverishly, and again, in an ever-changing environment. I think it was Trustee Stafford that asked about summer school earlier. So Ed Services is going to need to be building much more robust plans to address that learning loss, and then, essentially giving me the invoice. So we're working on that plan as we are working on developing the budget. So there's a lot more information that will be coming to you as a board as we develop those plans, and as we are getting more information. So that's probably not a great answer because I don't have a very specific timeline to show you, but hopefully that explains where we're at.
It did, and I really appreciate that, Ms. Rains. And also I appreciate that you mentioned that at some point that can go into salary, pay for salaries for extra teachers to support the learning loss mitigation. So let's be very clear, that's our commitment to all of our stakeholders. Is not that our current teachers are going to get an increase of their salary, or that this money is going to be there, is to provide more services to the students. And I'm really excited to do that. And I'm really motivated to continue with the programs that are going to benefit our students and the investment that is going to be there for them. That's what we are here for.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your explanation.
You're welcome, and I do just want to add. Well, we are excited as well, and it's not just services, because we also have to remember, and that was my fault for steering us that direction. It's not just about learning loss; it's also about safety and just, supplies and equipment. And we talked, I think, earlier in the board meeting about the various COVID-19 testing that has to be performed to allow students and staff to come back in certain capacities. And all of those come with a price tag. And so that's what we're using the collection of all of these monies for, is to live within our new reality.
Thank you. And I'm really glad that we are getting these funds in order to continue to provide, how you said, not only the services directly, but to ensure the safety of everybody. So thank you again.
All right.
And please continue. I'm sorry for
That's okay. That's okay. I think we're ready to go to the next slide. And the next one. Okay, so included in the multi-year in the budget, of course, is assumptions that are made. Now, if you notice here, we're also showing 23-24 year, while we're not legally required to do that. I did want to include that, and it'll make it more clear on the next slide. But the asterisks that you see in 2021 for the ADA and the percentage of enrollment to ADA. So as you may recall, we were given the hold harmless provision in ADA. So we're funded exactly how we were for 1920. So our enrollment actually grew in 2021. So it makes it appear that our attendance is lower than what it normally is. And so in 21-22, with our enrollment staying the same, our goal is to get, of course, to that 93.03% and get back, to where we normally fall within our percentage rates. So I just kind of wanted to point that out. Also, and you'll kind of notice with the CalSTRS, CalPERS, and we talked about this a couple weeks ago as well, that there's no provisions in the governor's budget to further buy down those rates. So those will continue to grow year over year. Go to the next slide, please. So if you recall, in first interim, the 22-23 year was actually a $6.3 million deficit. So with the savings from distance learning and using those COVID dollars that we've already used strategically, the savings that we've incurred from substitute cost and some professional development and different utilities, different things across the board, that has been now lowered down to a $3 million deficit. But one of the reasons I wanted to show you 23-24 is because when all of those COVID dollars are gone, and then we go back into a COLA only environment, the revenues, the expenses rather outpace the revenues. So the deficit spending continues, and then it of course doubles. Another thing that I do want to, and I think I talked about this a couple weeks ago too, is there was also no provisions in the governor's budget for any liability relief for districts as far as COVID related claims or issues. So we don't know what that will look like, what year that would impact us, but if there are any costs that we incur, that would further increase the deficit spending in our ending fund balance. Next slide, please. So while there is an influx of federal and state monies, and all money is helpful, especially in these uncertain times, large amounts with specific deadlines and restrictions, they present their own set of challenges, right? And there is, of course, that basic budget principle in which you don't spend one-time monies on reoccurring needs. And if you do, that kind of sets districts up for failure down the road. That's just not my saying. So that actually is a saying from Mike Fine. He's the CEO of the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, which is the FICMAT. That's a state agency that monitors the fiscal and financial health of school districts. So that's just kind of a known basic principle. And then again, as I talked about earlier, with being in a COLA only environment, year over year, those revenue increases will not cover the cost of just natural statutory increases such as PERS, STRS, and health and welfare. For example, in 22-23, we're expected to get a 1.28% COLA, which equates to about a $1.1 million increase in revenue. However, our STRS, PERS, and health and welfare increases are projected at $2.4 million, creating a $1.4 million, or $2.5 million, sorry, creating a $1.4 million deficit. And that does not include step and column increases. That's just the statutory part of it. And then, of course, special ed costs continue to increase. And then the next slide. So we are recommending that you approve to meet our positive certification, because we are showing that we will meet our current year and the 2 subsequent fiscal years. The governor will release his budget proposal in May, and then we will bring you that new information with adopted budget presentations for the budget and LCAP on June 7th, and then on June 16th, again, presented to the board for actual adoption. And hopefully we won't have such a huge changes, but as Candace said, everything changes sometimes 5 or 6 times a day, not just daily. So I make no guarantees in this uncertain time. And that's all I have for you. Is there any other questions?
Any questions from our board members?
No, not for me.
No question, Ms. Forgery and Ms. Renee.
Well,
Thank you very much. Thank you. We appreciate it going in depth on the presentation and answering the clarifying questions. That was very important. Excellent job.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have the motions already, and now we have the presentations. If we don't have any questions, we are ready to vote. Trustee Vallejo?
Aye.
Trustee Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nellison?
Aye.
Trustee Stafford?
Aye.
And Trustee Arauz, aye. Please, let's proceed to vote electronically. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 5-0. The next items are information items. 14.1, curriculum, revised English courses, English 1, English 2, and English 3, expository reading and writing, ERWC, expository reading and writing, meets the A through E requirements. 14.2 is curriculum, revised course, yearbook, also meets the A through E requirements. 14.3, revolving cash report for the month of February 2021. 14.4, board policies, students, series 5000. 14.5, board policies, instruction, series 6000. Those are the information items for this board meeting. The next item is closed session if necessary. Do we have any questions or something from concerns from the board members or superintendent that you would recommend going to closed session?
I have nothing more for this evening.
Nothing from Mr. Bennett, and I'm not seeing anything from our board members. Okay, thank you. So 16.1 is not applicable because it's reconvened in public session, but we didn't go to closed session. Other items by the superintendent. Mr. Bennett, please.
I just think we're in a really good place now with looking at the numbers, and as we move forward, to bring more kids back on campus to be able to start planning for those traditional graduation ceremonies and maybe some senior activities and senior awards night things as we move forward. And it'd be great to be able to give those kids something here at the end of the year. And that's all I would want to share this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Other items by the Board of Trustees. We are going to go in the same turn that we voted. Trustee Vallejo?
Yeah, so I just want to say that I do want to reiterate to what Board Member Stafford said on his oral report that yeah, we should keep on getting our COVID vaccine. I'm getting my second dose tomorrow at Paloma, and I really want to stretch it out for any other district members to please invite your family, like if you have the chance to get that vaccine, because it's really important. And it's great that we're having more dates later on to get these vaccines because it's really, really important. So please, guys, get it. It's really important. That's it.
Thank you, Trustee Vallejo. Trustee Freeman.
I have nothing further at this time, sir.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Nelson.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to go back to what Mr. Bennett was saying about the senior night, grad nights, that type of thing. I do want to do a callback to what one of the we had a parent comment that Mr. that Mr. Williams read out, where they think that we should have a parent group that talks about other options, because there is a possibility that there could be fewer restrictions down the road. I understand that decisions need and plans need to be made far enough in advance to pay for stuff and stuff like that. But I would like to make sure those seniors get everything they possibly can out of a memorable grad night for sure. So just a thought to follow up on that comment.
Thank you, Trustee Nelson. Trustee Stafford. You are unmuted, Trustee Stafford, but I cannot hear you. I don't know if everybody else can hear Mr. Trustee.
I cannot hear him either. The volume's turned down, I think, on your microphone.
I was playing with this thing and
Now,
Good now.
Okay. Somehow I keep activating it. About getting this shot, I got my second shot, and go get it. And be ready to rest, and you'll be fine. Everybody should take those shots. The other thing, it was we dealt with in comments, and we had one from Mr. Clay. Actually, the ventilation issue is being dealt with. I know that information is not out there, and that Grant, you'll share details on that later, but I understand there are some plans to deal with that to increase the ventilation. And I do agree with him that I worked at Heritage, and I had challenges as well as you, Grant. So I know how hard it was to keep those rooms ventilated. So I just wanted to let him know. Also, touring the schools with Trustee Vallejo, whatever you guys, if you're going, always let the other board members know, because we don't, we can all break some time off, but at different times. So I'd be glad to go with anybody that's going. So and thank you guys for a good board meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Stafford. Thank you, sir. I just want to say thank you to all the staff members from our district for the wonderful job that you have been doing to get ready. First of all, to bring our seniors back. Well, you have been working a lot in order to expand the cohorts, right, with the interventions. And we have a significant amount of students already participating. The next step is going to bring our seniors back. Hopefully, we increase the campaign to notify, to communicate to the parents that they have that option so they can make their selection, and the seniors can have the opportunity to be on campus. I want to follow up on what Trustee Nelson said. We are looking for the options. We are not making a decision on the graduations, but we know that it's going to be an in-person graduation, at least for now. There are some parameters, some elements, maybe in the number of guests that are going to be allowed. And we cannot determine that right now because we want to maximize that number based on the conditions that we have at that time. So I'm really excited about that possibility, as well as the senior end of the year activities for our seniors. Mr. Bennett, something that we talked about in the last board meeting about is the senior night. We know the senior awards night, that is something that we are going to be doing, but you mentioned about some a park. I don't remember which one is the one that they was going to be research.
Grad night activities.
Grad night activities.
I emailed all the board members, emailed a agenda from our task force that's working on that. The ASB advisors are working with Dawn in our purchasing department at different options for grad night. So they're working on that with the school. So it's moving forward.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. And now not only with us, with our constituents, right? So they know that we are that you are working for them and you are doing your best in order to provide the best possible experience for our students. That's what it motivates us, right? What is the best for them, with things that are under our control. Okay. Okay. Well, I think that's it. Oh, I just want to say thank you to all of our teachers. They are continuing to do an outstanding job. We know that it's not easy. The distance learning is not the best thing, but it's what it is under control. What we were able to provide. It has been difficult, but our teachers, you have stepped up. You have been able to face the challenge, and you have done a wonderful job together with the support of our classified staff. So thank you. All right, so that is the last item, the items by the Board of Trustees. We go to the last item, 19.1, that is adjournment of the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for today, March 17, 2021. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Freeman and Trustee Nelson. We are going to vote. Trustee Vallejo.
Aye.
Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Nelson.
Aye. And Trustee Stafford disappeared. I don't know what happened to him.
Okay, Trustee Stafford, probably some connection problems. And Trustee Arauz, aye. So we are going to proceed to vote, and let's see if during this time Trustee Stafford join us, if he comes back. Let's wait for a few seconds.
Oh, Tony, he sent me a text. The battery died. Go on without it.
Oh, okay. All right. Perfect. So
you would just mark him absent.
Yeah. Well, the good thing is we have at least three votes.
3 votes to adjourn, right? Otherwise,
Correct.
what would happen if we would have the 3 votes?
We would be stuck here until he got back.
Until he get charged the vote. Well, we needed to be 2, right? With that problem. Okay.
Yeah, it would have to be 2-2 if we if that was the case.
Exactly. So I'm glad that we have the 3 votes, so we can adjourn this. And upon a roll call vote being taken, the vote was 4 in favor and 1. I don't know how we report that.
One absent, I guess.
4 in favor, 1 absent, and this meeting is adjourned at 8:32 p.m.